Hello, y'all. Welcome in. Hi, Jay. Hi, Fury. Hi, Top Baja Kobe. Welcome in. Um, I was having some issues, but we fixed it. It looks like streaming over on TikTok is not. It's not a thing for me. So we're not doing that. Hold on. Let me turn her down. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna start streaming on TikTok. And then when my OBS said, bitch, you're doing too much, I was like, ah, okay, so like I won't do it. So I won't do it. I won't do it. I was gonna do it, but then my OBS said, you trying to stream in 3 different places with the shit that you got going. If you were bare minimum, then maybe. But it was like, hell no, you ain't doing this. Okay, now that I'm actually on stream, I can fix this. I need y'all a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, that's better. OBS said YouTube and Twitch is enough. They did. Like I was my computer was crashing. It wasn't reading my graphics card. My CPU was through the roof. I was like, "What the hell?" And I turned off two things, TikTok related. And I was like, "Ah, good old TikTok. Damn tariffs." I'm joking. I know it has nothing to do with tariffs, but I'm gonna always blame it on tariffs. I feel like that's what we gotta do now. Just blame everything on tariffs, even though that shit's been paused. Everything's because of tariffs. So that's what I'm gonna do. Today we're gonna play some Infinity Nikki. Hope you guys are doing well. How have you guys been? I feel like I've been gone for like this many days, and I listen. I'm shedding my uterus at the moment, or about to, so my body hurts, but I can't let that win. You know, that's behind. I need to update that. That is old. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. Uh, so yeah, I'm going through it right now. But hi Jay, I am here. I'm here. Also, I had a wallpaper engine up on my what computer is this? My streaming computer, and she said no to that too. So I was like, okay, so you just said OBS nothing at all. OBS and Discord are the primary things only being used on my streaming PC. I knew it. You knew what? Hold on. We just heard this. Must be the remix. Um, but yeah, I just yeah, it was fighting my OBS for like the last 45 minutes? No, 35 minutes. It was fun. It was joyful. Enjoyed every moment of it. But how are you guys doing? How have you guys been? How's life been lifing for you? Did anybody else watch Coachella if you didn't watch it with me? When you said you were existing, I immediately caught on. Yeah. You were asking a lot of questions in the VC, and I was trying so hard not to snap at you, High Top, because I'm like, it's not your fault. This is like your normal routine. But like, I don't like a lot of questions when I'm shedding or about to start shedding. I don't like the sound of Kobe's voice when I'm starting to start my internal organs are getting rearranged. I don't like a lot of things. I just wanted to exist. I didn't want to talk to nobody. I just wanted to put on TV and y'all just be there. That's what, that's why I stopped talking. I was just getting so irritated, and I was like the PMS me was just like, just rip his head off right fucking now, and the other side, the normal me was like, this is just the PMS talking. Be nice. I was trying so hard, and I'm just like, why is he asking so many questions? No, no, you're naked. No, you can't be naked in here. So you continue to shed clothing. I'm all right. I left work later than usual and had to wait a while for a train, but it feels good to be home. Did you just now get home? Plus, the trains are crowded because of the Yankees playing now. Ah, I'm over here trying to make conversations, and your statement alongside the lack of engagement was enough. I was so. It is not you. It's just like I got a message from Kobe and he's like, "Good morning." And I was like, "There's nothing good about this morning. Why are you saying good morning? Just shut the hell up." Like I was so No, you're naked. Why did you do that? Get up. Get up. You can't be in here. Hold on. Come here. Now she's the fucking sponge. Fresh. Okay. Shit. I forgot my thing is like legit. Hi Gerald, welcome in. Hi baby sea lion. I don't know if I said hi. Let's hope that there's let's hope the night brings you more pleasantries then. What are you talking about? I should have like a warning. Like, should I start making like when it's PMS month or week? Like, should I put like a warning on the like a symbol, like an if you are part of the community, you know what the symbol means, so that like it's not hey she's on her period or she's PMSing, but I could put like a sun or like a strawberry or like something completely random on the screen, and then like the people who know. You don't need to do. Well, I'm just saying because it's like I'm really quick with off with your heads with everything. Like I just want to annihilate everything. Like I just want like you if like I just need everybody to tread carefully because you say something stupid, you're going to get a very snippy remark. That's why. Off with their heads, I will like bite your head off and spit it out kind of like anger. I don't, and it's like, I know not to have it. That's not on. Hold on. Shit. I like all my shit to my chest and then like it backfires. Hold on, I gotta lower y'all again. So we're setting things on fire. I mean, as a woman, yes, it's about that time. But I'm trying to hold her in. Hi, Jordan. Fix your shirts. Fix your dress. Yeah, keep it up there. Oh, that's cute. What's cute? I like it. Thank you. I like it. Oh, she's talking about my Nikki outfit. She's dressed like Sailor Moon at the moment. You like it? If you haven't been on my TikTok, I've been putting in a lot of work with my edits for TikTok. If you're not part of the notification group on Discord, you wouldn't know. But like, you know, I've been putting in a lot of work with Nikki content. And I hope it shows. I'm a day behind because Espresso Depresso got in the way. And I was like, I'm not going to sit here and bust my ass to put 2 reels out because it takes a lot of time just to make 1 reel. And They just gonna have to deal with me being a day behind, and I'll drop the next one when I drop the next one. I'm still doing the challenge, but like, it's not being graded or anything. It's more so just like creative minds of the content creator programs. So that's kind of like, yeah. W content. You have been putting in work with your 30-day challenge. It's something. Hold on. I'm gonna see. What's up? What, baby? Let me see something. Oh, I could put transitions on here? Wait. Oh, I need to fix that. I still haven't fixed this shit. Listen, there's a lot. Kobe, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Thank you for 30 months. Ew, what the fuck? 30 biscuits and a big ass side of mac and cheese. See, you notice, I knew you were a goblin because you said nothing about no drink on the side. No, nothing. You said nothing but dryness from Popeyes. So I know your mouth does wonders. Pause. But welcome in. Hi, Kobe. You know, since it says Fury to 10 and I haven't done it. No. Fury. Happy birthday. Yeah, you know for sure. Wait, what does that mean? Fury, thank you for the 10 gifted. I appreciate you. The train. Jordan loves seeing everything go off on the stream. And like, so when y'all make things happen, she's sitting here watching and just enjoying all of it. You want to talk? I've been doing my curl routine in Jordan's hair. Can you tell?
Hair. I'm getting my hair. This one.
She just had McDonald's, so don't mind her face.
My face. Down. I'm getting this one mouse.
That's my computer. Yeah, that's my keyboard.
What?
Keyboard.
No.
That's a mouse.
Mouse.
Hey. That's a mouse.
Mouse?
Oh, hey. Right here.
Right here?
Hey, bring your direction. Bring your right there is a mouse. That's a mouse.
This one mouse.
Yes.
That mouse.
Yes.
That hot.
Yes.
That check out. This one check out.
Oh, she's rocking that Tiana fit. Go ahead, princess. She loves. You know how expensive? Nope. Now you gotta get down because you pressing buttons. Nope. Do you know how expensive those dresses are? They're hella expensive. You started pushing buttons. You know that's my one rule. You can come up here, but you start pushing buttons, you gotta get down. Now she's mad. I imagine so. Yeah, they're like $20. Hold on, I'm gonna see something. Can we? I just want to put. Oh, I can stream on TikTok. Should I put Kobe under some stress, y'all? Because Kobe's the only TikTok mod. How was Erica? Why? No. What are you talking about? No? Okay, so today's opposite day, so yay. So you say yes. Got it. Erica was good. I mean, she went down at her last... Oh, no, she didn't. She was supposed to pick her last two, but she had an emotional breakdown. Cat dog left. And closet freak left. So now it's down to the 4. No, closet freak is still... No, closet freak left. Who are the 4? No, closet freak is... Who are the 4 left? Pee-wee, Pussy Breaker, Master Cheeks. Who's the fourth one? It ain't no damn opposite day. Well, today it is. Gangsta Bay. Ah, okay, Gangsta Bay. That's right. That's good. That P Breaker. That's good that P Breaker is still there. I think him or Master Cheeks is gonna win it. That's just me though. Because like they were like eating stuff off of each other. I thought it was paint, but like they were putting it in their mouth. So I was like, maybe it's like frosting paint? I don't know, but it was really liquidy. I don't know. I was kind of confused. She's feeling those two the most. I can see that. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, thank you again for like the gifted subs. And thank you for the tier 3 resub. I appreciate you. Let me see. I'm kind of feeling like testing out TikTok. I do have to stream within the next 7 days with TikTok. So like I feel like Nikki's a nice way to like introduce myself. Do we not agree? I'm glad Cat Dog is oops. Yeah, for the key thing. Yeah. I gotta stream for like 7 days. Then I gotta do the 180 days. Then I get the key. Hi, Legion. Welcome in. So we'll see. I'm kind of nervous, like thinking about streaming on TikTok. It's kind of. I vouch. Okay, I'll help. Just let me know. Okay. I'm getting shit set up. Ooh, I'm scared. Ooh, I'm scared. Find a well-lit room for video. Suck my dick. Let me see. Uh, ooh. I don't know how to mod shit works over there, but hey, I'll try. We're in this together. We'll see how this goes. Because, like, I don't know how the hell this works out, too. So, you know, just put this on your resume of the mods that you know, the 13 places you mod for. Be like, now I know how to TikTok mod. So if you want a TikTok stream, I got you. I'm helping you out. I'm building your resume. You're welcome. Huh? Hold on. Jordan needs. Preston? What are you doing downstairs? What are you doing? Okay, take your time. Just wondering. Okay. All right. Go look for it. I don't know where you put your dog. Okay, let's give this a shot. Go live? Hold on. Jordan, hush. You're very dramatic. No, you don't need shoes. No shoes. Thank you. I'm gonna pause this. Oh, we are live. Oh. Okay. Nice. I guess. Hold on. Oh, this is nasty. I'm so sorry. I'm like, wait. I wasn't ready. I'm not ready. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. I need to minimize a lot of shit. Okay, minimize. Yeah, we're live. We are definitely live over there. Hi, Kobe. Oh, you guys can't see anything, but let me see. This is weird. I don't know how I feel. Okay, I'm gonna get, let's, you guys have this real quick. Hold on. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Hi, y'all. Let me see if I can fix stuff, because TikTok sounds like ass. Hold on. I'm so confused because, like, it sounds really bad. Like, are we... Hold on. I'm gonna test something real quick. Yeah, okay, so it's just... It sounds decent when... It sounds like a true TikTok live stream. Hi. Okay, so, like, if you go over there, like, it sound... Like, why does it sound so echoey? It's not crispy at all. I don't like that. I don't know. I guess. Whatever, I guess. Okay, so here's what we're gonna be doing on Nikki, because I'm pretty much gonna do like cleanup for 1.4 today, because I've been holding off doing stuff, and maybe it's a platform thing, because TikTok isn't really made for streaming, to be honest. Y'all say end stream right now, because I will. I will end the stream right now over on TikTok, because that shit, have y'all listened to it? It sounds so nasty. It sounds really bad. I don't like it. I like TikTok. I like Twitch and YouTube audio better, because this shit is for the fucking birds. Can y'all hear the game, though? I feel like she's really low. Hold on. Barely? Hold on. Ooh-wee? Oh, did you go over there to listen? Nothing. You need to make sure you finish that. That's it. Yeah. What about now? Can you guys hear it? Are we good? Sorry, the kids... I feel like the bad thing is that... Another thing I'm not liking with TikTok is it's very, it's picking up the kids, isn't it? We hear everything. Yeah, it's picking up my kids screaming, my kids fighting. The girls are fighting. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I have all that suppressed where you can't hear nothing. You can't hear them kids, but you hear them. Yes. And I don't like that. Wait, let me see. I'm gonna turn this up. Right? Hold on. Then... Okay. Does it sound... Get out! It sounds really bad. I don't know if I'm gonna continue, because, like, this is rough. I do not like... I cannot fix the filters. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. I might just keep this clipping, because TikTok is not it for me in live streams, because I got loud ass kids, and they don't know when to be quiet, and they make me want to fight them. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, y'all hear all my kids being loud as hell for no damn reason. Of course they're showing out. They gotta go. Like, I can't do this. Like, they always show out when it's like time for me to start streaming. This is why I can't have nice things. This is why you can't have nice things as a parent. But yeah, so we're gonna do Nikki today. I'm gonna test and see how this goes over on TikTok. This might be a thing, this might not. I'm not quite sure. We'll see. Y'all just hear my funky ass kids in the background. They're not funky. I bathe them, I promise. But like, they're just loud as hell. So if I could close my door, I would, but then they'll have a panic attack because then they can't see me, and then it opens up a whole new thing, and I just don't want to deal with that. All right, so this is tomorrow's TikTok, I think. Yeah, this is tomorrow's TikTok, so you guys already get to see the outfit. That's the outfit that was for the TikTok. And I think, what all do I have to do today? God, they're not shutting up. Hold on. I closed my door very gently. Let's see if I can get away with it. If you start hearing banging like the police is at my door, it's because Aaliyah realized my door is closed and she's fighting for her life to get in. Like, that's what's gonna happen. Kids, equal cats, same amount of letters. So like if y'all hear that, that's Aaliyah pissed off at me. All right. I don't hear my game. Oh, cuz I have it turned down. Okay. For me, I have it turned down. Um so I did all the Alice stuff already. I do need to max this out. I did pull for both of these banners off stream. I just pulled for the first like coloring because like I at least want to have like the first color. I didn't pull for the second one for either because I wasn't really interested in these honestly, but I just wanted to have it on in my closet or in my I do like the dress. The yellow dress is really cute for this one. But I just pulled just to have them. I don't really care about the second version of the pulls. I am excited for 1.6 and 1.7 because they're bringing back my favorite outfits. You guys know that these two are my favorites. Let me see. So they're bringing back the first two banners from the game, or when they started Infinity Nikki. So this one's coming back, that's the first color. I got the second color of it, so I will be working on the third and the fourth when the next these banners come out. And then which one? Where's the other one? Where's my butterfly dress? Ah, I only got the first one of the butterfly dress, so I will be pulling for 2, 3, and 4 for the butterfly dress because I need those. So they will be coming. I think, yeah. And then I don't know. We haven't heard anything about what's coming for the banners for 1.5 yet. I've been seeing things that I cannot say because I don't know how they are when it comes to things that have been aired out that hasn't been confirmed. I've seen the rumors, but we'll see. They said that our housing is going to be available in the summertime, so I'm excited for that. And then we get a new location in 1.5, and it's related to the PCs in the abandoned forest. So, not abandoned forest, the abandoned district. Hello. So, there's that. Sailor Nikki, that's what I was trying to go for. Wait, no audio suppression for background noise is just sorry. I might have to start my game over. You know, I wasn't gonna say anything, but like, you haven't logged on in a couple of days, almost a month. I see it. Okay. I think Aaliyah has realized the door is closed. She is knocking on the door. Y'all hear it? Yes? You can't be yelling. You can't be yelling because your yells are loud. Your yells are loud, miss. You can't be yelling. Knocking hard. I told you she... I told you.
I need one.
No. Don't show out, please. Don't. Yay, kids. Okay, so... Wrong mouse. Aaliyah, I'm right here. I'm not leaving. I do have to do my mare crown, so we might just do that now. So let's go ahead and do this. I haven't done any of these. What? Does the audio sound good for you guys, though? Now? The Mirror Crown Pinnacle contest is about to begin. Welcome, stylists. If the sky night is a lantern, then the stars are flames flickering within. Complete your styling with the theme Starry Night Wishes. Yeah, on Twitch it does. Wait. On TikTok, does it not sound good? It's for a contest, babe. It's okay. She says she don't like this one. Okay, so we did good there. Moving on. I should be fine because I've been glowing up a lot of my stuff. Such an impressive start stirs my heart, but the curtains has just risen. The real challenge is yet to come. Do not underestimate what lies ahead. Stop. Put your dress down. We can hear the fan or whatever, but it's better. Meh. I can do better with the lights. Yeah, I know the fan's loud as hell. Like, everything's really loud. I can't. They need, you know. Yes. The theme for this round is Sky Blossoms. May you step into the sea of flowers, experiencing the joy of spring through vibrant and hopeful styling. Oh, did I tell you guys? Baha! Thank you for the reset. Wait, Baha. Oh, I forgot High Top gifted you 3 months worth. Thank you. 9 months away from 3 years in this bitch. That's crazy. Thank you. I appreciate you for being here. High Top again. Thank you for that 3-month sub to Baha. I appreciate you. I just be doing recommended for real. It gets me by, so. They still counting the gifted sub? The fuck was I on? Can you not read the... never mind. Never mind. Never mind. You appear calm and collected, so this topic must be a breeze for you. Ready for the next challenge? Continue. As the city lights flicker to life, the night wraps the grand banquet in its embrace, filling the air with a joyful anthem. With the banquet theme or anthem, use your unique styling to ignite this celebration. Can you stop? Did you guys know that you can lock your Eurekas so that you don't use the ones that you want to keep? Didn't know that until like, I want to say like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Clever ideas, unique styles. Your skills always leave me in awe. Shall we continue with your journey? The soothing nocturne echoes through the through the quiet of the night. Rest now and let your sorrows fade away in the embrace of dreams. With the theme Serene Nocturne, begin your styling. Okay. Yeah, I logged all of my colors for each Eureka, and then I definitely locked all of my iridescent. I locked all like the iridescent ones that I have too. Bless her, all up in my shirt. Okay. Face the upcoming challenge with composure and poise. Truly great stylists. Never fear the path of the unknown. Continue. As the honey melts in your mouth, the sweetness spreads, soothing your soul. The theme of this round is honey moments. We hope you can make this sweetness last even longer with your styling. I was gonna say even longer than your styling. It is really picking some bad outfits. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, go play with it in your room, please. Hi, Odd God. Welcome in. You're still naked, I see. It's crazy. Every time I see a stylist with such strong skills, my heart stirs with excitement. The road ahead may be treacherous, but I believe you will bravely overcome all obstacles. I might just end up going with Twitch Turbo Route at this point, to be honest. I don't blame you. The theme for this round is embrace the sky, or the clear sky. May your styling become a gentle breeze, dispersing the low, gloomy clouds and tenderly embracing the clear, serene sky. Let me see. It really be picking like the same outfits. Like it never really changes. Say what now, Mirror Lady? Right, she just be talking. I'm like, oh, okay. Sure. That's what you said. Challenges are stepping stones for growth and opportunities to surpass oneself. Are you ready for the next contest? Countless flower blooms laying a soft carpet upon the earth. The theme for this round is Floral Leap. As you leap towards higher places, you'll never have to worry about falling. Interesting. Are you tired? Are you sleeping? What is this that they have on her shirt? What is this? Where did this come from? Oh, it's this boba bag? I don't even be using that, but okay. I don't use any of the things that they just put on her. Okay. Congratulations, this round of the contest is coming to a close. Take the final step and earn the highest honor. Let's see. The pinnacle contest may have an end, but the journey of styling has no finish line. With the theme Crimson Carnival Night, let's bring this contest to a perfect close. Ooh, girl. They really got you out here looking like that? That's crazy. have it. Yeah, I don't have your PlayStation controller. I never touched it. You can take a shower. Okay, so okay, so we finished it. Yay! There's that. So that should have done this. I feel like this one was kind of grindy. I felt like this one, yeah, this was kind of like a grindy-esque. Not me getting a full bar on perfect is kind of shocking. I got a perfect, but it wasn't like the full bar. I'm not used to that. Did that. I've been leveling up whatchamacallit, because I've maxed out one of my, where is it? I maxed out this yesterday. So now I'm working on maxing this one out. See, we're at level 6 already. Love that. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it here for TikTok, because this was more of a dabble and just to see if I like it. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna cut TikTok, because like a little test, yeah, a little toes dip, you know what I mean? I just don't want, we're just gonna do like nice little segments instead of like full on streams, because like knowing you were streaming on TikTok, you didn't know? Yeah, I was streaming on TikTok. Yeah, I was. We giving out samples. How many side hoes you got? What do you mean? How many side hoes do I? What does that mean? I'm tired of you cheating on. Oh, okay. I gotta let you guys go, TikTok, because I have. Hold on. I gotta let you guys. Bye, TikTok. Nice seeing you. Bye. I gotta go. Hold on, TikTok. I gotta let y'all go. Hold on. I gotta close out some stuff. Give me a moment. Let me. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. I'm tired of you cheating on us. First YouTube, then TikTok. No, let them hear. Oh, Usher about. What's next, Kick? Listen. Hold on. I gotta adjust this. I don't like. Listen. Okay. I need to broaden my content. Yes or no? Are you? Let's be real, okay? Since you're yelling at me, let's be real. Have I been doing as successful like I was in Japan on here? Yes or no? Answer that question. I want you to be 100% honest with that answer. I wait. Hold on. I'm gonna wait. I'll wait for you. Was he even around? This man has been he's been following me since September 29th, 2022. We pulling out receipts. I'm waiting. Wait, just because he followed doesn't mean he's been. Hi, Top, can you like step out of the conversation? This is between me and Odd God. Since he wants to call me out, saying that I'm cheating on y'all and I have side hoes. Nah, this is between me and Odd God. This is just for me and him to talk. Odd God, have I been doing as well as I used to? Answer the question. I'm providing logic. I don't want your fucking logic right now. How about that? I'm waiting. Paper, thank you for the resub. In my heart, you have. I was about to get real. You were about to get the most. Okay. In my heart, you have. Does that. In my heart, does that help with me getting my name out? Yes or no? Does your heart, unless you're retweeting, you're resharing, you're letting people know about the content, does that help me? Yes or no? If I am just staying in your heart, does that help me? No. Okay, so how am I supposed to get my name out with your heart? With just your heart alone? How am I supposed to branch out? How am I supposed to get noticed? How am I supposed to get brand deals? How am I supposed to, keep providing and upgrading my stream stuff so that you guys can get good streams? Because I don't like giving you crusty, dusty, regular ass, dusty ass, crusty ass, pixelated ass streams. So how am I supposed to provide that? I'm waiting. You want this again? I got you. Hold on. You're being mean. Oh, now I'm being mean when I'm serving. Now we're gaslighting. So now I'm being mean when I'm giving you honest answers and honest rebuttals as to why I'm trying to push out my stuff to different platforms. Now I'm being mean. Now I'm being mean, he says. You're mean. I'm being mean. When you told me I just had a whole bunch of side bitches and I'm not sticking to Twitch, that is insane. That is, you gaslit me. Like me, so when I gaslight you. Hi Rocky, welcome in. Not the I can dish it but can't take it face. God, answer the question. Okay, so how about this? All right, hold on. Because you got me hot and bothered and not in a good way. All right, how about this? All right, make sure, okay, you're reposting my shit. All right, make sure that you're getting the word out about my shit. If you got friends, make sure to share it. If you got things going on, like if you want, share me. Not like in that sense, because I'm not trying to, no. But like, share the content. Then maybe I wouldn't have these issues. She do gotta spread her wings. And if she does that, they'll come to Twitch too. Do we really want Oddgod's friends? Because, Oddgod, I fuck with Oddgod heavy. I love Oddgod. I mean, if they're like him, sure. And then he could be the ones that put them in their place when they start acting up. That's on him. He'll be big brother dude. I feel like that works out perfectly. For you to sit here and be like, you got side hoes. First it was YouTube, then it was TikTok. What's next? Kick. First off, I do have a Kick account. I thought about going to Kick, but then they had all of that mess going on, and I was like, nope, not going to Kick. So Kick is not happening. You're welcome. Nah, I'm the more degen out of my friends. See? Okay, see? Then we're fine. My friends can't come in here because they'll snitch on me. But my other parasocial pals, sure. I'm just saying, like, share the content, retweet, like my shit, get the shit out there. I can only do so much. And y'all know, like, the way it's going. Hey, go put that back in your room. Go put those back in your room. You're not making this area another toy area. I already got to clean up all the toys that you keep bringing in here. There's a naked baby. Yeah, right there. No, go put your toys up. Go put the toys up. I'm banned on Kick. I don't want to know how you're banned on Kick, Rocky. It takes a lot to get banned on Kick, so like whatever you did, don't do it again. For bullied? You were bullying somebody or you were being bullied? What did Legion say? I wouldn't trust that nigga on big brother duties at all. You know, he got like 13 siblings. And he's like the middle kid. I could see him being a good big brother. No? Listen, I was sticking up for myself. So you said slurs. That's what I'm understanding. He said, hell no. Yes. Okay. You said slurs. All right. Yeah, that'll get you kicked off. Yep. Kick. Yep. See, Lolo went straight to slurs. I mean, like, for you to get banned, you had to say like some slurs. Like, I mean, I seen vagina on Kick, and that shit didn't get banned. So like. You know? Did you? Yeah! In Kick's early days? What channel? In Kick's early days, they had like... I remember watching it in the Discord. See, y'all be missing a lot of shit on Discord. I was in Discord with Kobe, High Top, Fury. I think somebody else was there. But we were just sitting there and I was just looking through Kick because I was like, maybe I should give out this platform a try. Bitch, booty butt naked doing yoga and her pussy's out. And I was just like... This is what we're doing here. Look, people will pay for that, but they won't pay for slurs. I've seen people getting head on there. See? I still see titties now on Kick. See? Still? People getting pounded on. Yeah, Kick was just... Kick is a... You live like this? Motherfuckers be on there just flashing the camera. And they be like, oh, oops. But for another 5, you can get them. No, you're like, I can like slip out a nipple. Oh my god, how did we get here? It's just like, girl. Kickhub.com. It'd be like that. Let me make a new account. Rocky? I mean, if you want that, just go on, what, Twitter? Twitter's like that now. X? It's not called X for no reason. They wouldn't even be like, they don't even be looking good or good looking. Are you trying to get his rocks off? Huh? Oof, I gotta stay off Twitter, man. How come? What are you doing on Twitter? See? I got out here really, he really, like... I really want to punch you in your throat. Like, he really just made me upset by accusing me of things. I mean, if you're you know what? No, I want to see my favorite streamer. Okay. It's Tuesday. He might be seeing the Oodies. Oh, goodness. Oh, brother. I guess. Okay, so we finished this. I love you too. What's up, Nikki?
I like your Nikki place.
I just got done doing like a challenge. That's about it. I have to finish. We have to go. I keep forgetting. Like, let me see. Did I do this? I did this and I did this. Okay. Did those. Okay. So I need to spin... Wait, what's day 2? Clear all the stages? Okay, I have not done this. I can turn up my game now because it won't bleed through. Because that shit was nasty. I did this one. Which one are we on for? Okay. Y'all about to see me die a couple of times because like this piece, these little mini games that they just created, these little trials, obstacle courses, they be kicking my ass. Oh, I do want to say that I might, in the month of May, might take a week off of Twitch so I can kind of catch up on all of my editing that I have going on. If you guys want to see, I can give you a visual. Hold on. I can give you a visual. I have to edit all of this. All of this needs to be edited, and I keep pushing it off. So I need to get this taken care of. Hold on, because this is driving me insane. Okay, so I need to take a day and just edit and get this stuff situated. Good thing you're taking a week off. That's a lot. And it just keeps getting higher and higher because like I put my VODs on here and I just kind of just let them sit there until I get around to editing them. If you guys missed it, I kind of already put like, I'm putting my gameplays over on my YouTube. I did the Spider-Man. The next one I have to do is either Forspoken or Ghost of Tsushima. So I have to get those done. And then I have to edit for the anime reaction, movie reaction, video reactions over there for the new channel. And that I only have 1 episode up right now. And I need to get the rest of the episodes up and finish my happy marriage. I think I might start Solo Leveling as my next anime. Like do a day of solo leveling and then like another day of Spy Family and then another day. I think during that week I'm just gonna knock out watching anime too. I want to learn how to edit, but I wouldn't be able to just sit still for that shit in the slightest. Solo aura farming, fire choice, peak leveling. I've been told that it's really good, but then I've also been told it's like when people don't like. I've been told that it may not be like something that I'm particularly into. Like it doesn't seem like the type of stuff that I do watch. So we'll see. But I hear really good things about it. But like at the same time, I also hear that it's something that's not for me. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll find out. In other news, in 4 minutes, I was born. Oh, nice. Congrats. If you want story, it's whatever. But everything else is amazing about it. I need a... Can somebody please warn Odd God that he is... I'm going to cut him at his kneecaps. Your birthday is right after mine? Oh yeah, today's my birthday? Give me gifts and shit? I mean, at least you're giving it a shot, so that's a plus. If you don't like it, then... You don't like it? Yeah, that's true. I want to bring back Game of Thrones as well. So, we'll see. Thronies! I love your hairstyle, Lolo. Thank you. I appreciate it. I got it cut and like now I've changed up how I do it. So it's been coming out pretty well. So thank you. I appreciate that. Ah! It's right there. Look, it's right there, girl. Okay. Oh, you just come off. You. I didn't know it. Okay. Wait. Wait. Oh, I'm gonna. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go. Please. Talk. Filling up this water balloon should be able to handle any sudden fire emergencies. I hope I won't have to repeat my I hope I won't repeat my mistakes this time. I'll save every Flora Wish, or not Flora Wish, Fey Wish sprite in danger. Well, technically I was at 12:20. Then you weren't born in 4 minutes if you were technically born at 12. Did you, like, were you not breathing and then they resurrected? Ow! No, don't hurt the baby Baywish sprite. I'll put out you evil fires with my water balloons. Phew, was this just a nightmare? What is going on? House! Oh, I died. House, I need to fix this. Don't mind this. House, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the tier 3 resub on top of that. 21 months? Really? What's up? What does that mean? Huh? What's butt? You can't. Jordan! No, you hit my mouse. Damn, did I kill you? I mean, this is my longest serious relationship. You know, I'm happy. Let's keep it going, I guess, you know? Okay. Ah! I'm getting so distracted from everybody. If you want, Preston, you don't... Okay. Wait, where's the other... Okay. Why is it so stressful? Can I not talk to you? You're cute, but like... Mm-mm. Did I do this one? I have not. I have to retire my other Barbie, Stanley. I started realizing the Barbie was starting to come off, and I was like, oh no, I can't have this. I saw one chip in the B, and I said, nope. So I can't use it no more. no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my gosh. Nope. Told myself I was gonna get back on Genshin. When they added a Pyro Traveler, Traveler's been on there for like 2 to 3 months and I still ain't went back on it. Lolo, when will you be getting the LeBron James Ken doll? When I can get my Aaliyah doll, when I can get my Selena doll, which means never, because I missed out on those two. If I see any of you men getting one after talking shit about my obsession with my Barbies, I hope he comes with a receding hairline. Can I be, wait, could I be this year's star sorter? Probably not. I should keep working. Not much I can do. Do I? Wait. I don't know if that's what he said. How do you keep yourself slacking? Wait, how could you let yourself slack off like this? Your lack of ambition is the only thing keeping you from earning the Star Sorter title. Sort one more wishing orb every day and show your supervisor that you're really capable, or what you're really capable of. Mention LeBron and men's heterosexuality starts receding like his hairline. I just like, you know, just men in general, like, you know, you grown ass men talk so much shit because I know it's gonna be grown men and grown ass teenagers, boy teenagers trying to buy. Oh, what? Who? Getting this LeBron James doll. And if there are any of them that are in my generation getting this LeBron James doll, I know good and damn well you were, like, as a kid, clowning on little girls with their Barbie dolls. So if you grab a Barbie LeBron, I'm gonna clown you just like I got clowned as a child from boys playing with my Barbies. 100%. How do I get up there? Oh. Oh, like that. Girl, if you don't get the fuck, what are you talking about, Zell? That don't even make sense. Fuck! Rob him and sell it on eBay. Price gouge the shit out of it too. I had so much trauma from liking Barbies because little boys picked on me. Them niggas made fun of you. Now we gotta deal with it later. Nah, I'm gonna get. Well, then you're fucking just one of the little assholes that did that shit. I hope it comes broken. I hope the box comes damaged. I hope he's missing a left shoe. I hope his logo on his shorts are printed backwards. I hope his face comes melted and deformed. I hope your Stanley melts. They don't melt. Hello, that was the only thing that stayed alive in a car fire. Don't play with me. Shut up. Don't you got somewhere to be, like, in the bed? Don't you got somewhere to be, like, 2K? Don't you got somewhere to be, like, lurking? If the logo gets printed backwards, it might make the doll more valuable, since it'd be more rare than the rest. I don't think so. I am lurking, but I had to hop out and defend that Lapuki purchase. You're trash. That's trash. Boo. I'm so sorry. Let me stop. You're not trash. Your decision making in buying that doll is. They didn't give me extra sour cream. I'm kind of sad. How the hell? You got a deluxe version that comes with a bottle of Lahini. I hate it here. I hate it here a little bit more just because, like, I'm PMSing. That's not where the fucking box is. Got it. Can I jump on this or will I die? What the fuck? Oh. What the fuck? I actually teared up a little bit at Pablo's part of the main event, or of the event's main story. Yeah, it was pretty sad. It was a sweet little story at the same. It was kind of bittersweet. Oh. Okay. These scissors. Don't touch me. Ow! Ow! That blade tapped the air around you and you died for it? It's pretty much how it felt. Wait, is this the one that get— okay, I was about to be like, dang, am I gonna get cut standing here? My kids are howling. Jordan told me yesterday she wants a dog. I was like, you guys just want to keep testing my sanity level because it's not there. Oh, oh, go! Oh my god, you're gonna get— yep, you saw that one coming. You're getting a dog? I used to have dogs, but when we moved to Japan, we were having a lot of issues getting them moved because of like COVID, and then like, bitch! And then like the Navy didn't want to help us move them. The Navy was supposed to pay for their move, and like they weren't paying for it. And we didn't have, with the newborn Aaliyah at the time, we didn't have money to move 2 dogs from Colorado to Japan. Fuck! Yeah, that won't end well. But when Aaliyah starts going to school, I'm getting a dog. So there will be a dog in the near future. Fuck. I'm just not paying attention. One is a— wait, we have 2 dogs. One is a lazy inside dog. The other one is a crackhead dog that we now keep outside because she can't stay. She can't stay off of shit in the house. Is she— is it neutered or spayed, or is she fixed at least? She don't come inside at all? What the hell? No? Oh. Jordan just heard me say we're getting a dog, and now she thinks I'm getting a dog like tomorrow. Fuck. What the hell is this? I'm just here to get that. That's it. Once I get those, I don't care about anything else. She does come in the house? How old is she? What kind of thing? Wait, what kind are you planning on getting as in the breed? It's between either... I think I'm gonna get a chow. I don't... It's either an Anita or a Chow Chow. But I'm leaning more towards Chow Chow. Because that was my very first dog. She's like 2, almost 3 years old at this point. Oh, so she's still like super active, very energetic. Got it. Did I finish everything? I must not finish each stage. Is there a stage I'm missing? Oh, I'm missing one. Oh, Momo's regular stage? I don't know why we got all these lights on in the house. It's driving me crazy. If you ain't in the room, turn off the lights. You ain't paying the electricity bill. Turn off the lights. Find the owner. It's Momo. Wait. Yikers. Oh my god, it's a flame! Okay. Oh my god, it's a flame! Okay, I'm fine. I'm panicking. Don't mind me. Wait, where did it go? What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Oh my... I gotta redo this part? Oh, I'm dying. Oh my... Where do I go from here? Oh. This game has me... Wait, not here. Wait. I already got a picture with him. I'm leaving. Oh, wow. I got 2 more levels and then I'm done with the battle pass. I thought about playing Once Human. Do you guys recommend it? Is it fun? Challenge special guest Fluffy in a dance. Once Human, never heard of it. Really? It's a PC game. It just came out on mobile. Zell used to play it all the time. I don't know if he still does. He probably went in alert, and he said he probably wasn't dealing with my shit today. So I don't know if he's gonna come out. Oh, there you go. Like. It's cool, but oh, look, another one. Like, hi Shar, welcome in. IDK is just not, it didn't keep me. Was fun building a base and whatnot though. Gameplay is smooth. See, I just want it for the decoration purposes. Sorry, that face isn't for you guys. I got a the TikTok notification. And I was just like, okay. Okay, so we did this. This is done. This is done. Pulled those. That's complete. That's done. That's done. This is done. This is done. I don't know. I don't know where these last two are. Oh, it's hints. Many Feywish sprites are dancing. Head to the aisle and capture dancing in a line to capture at least 10. What, baby? I don't know what that is. In Preston's room? Okay. Oh no, I probably should not. Hold on, I should probably take like a legitimate picture, huh? It's going in the album. Which outfit do I want? We'll do this one. This with some of these, with some of those, with some of these, with some of those, with some of that. With some of that. Hold on. How many of these? Okay, that. We'll have her dance. Dance, water, dance. Oh, I was gonna share a post. In Discord. So, you know how Disney's been doing like their own version of like Lo-Fi Girl on YouTube? They did one with Max to celebrate the 30 years of the Goofy movie. If you have not watched that, then you're trash. The end. Anyway, moving on. They put in Kingdom Hearts 4 references or Kingdom Hearts references, and then now everybody's like, "Oh my god, Kingdom Hearts 4! They acknowledged it. Goofy movie movie is gonna be in the Kingdom Hearts 4." There's three things. There's you know, the place that Roxas used to live, Terraverse. I don't know where it's called. Traverse World, whatever. Who cares? That world was like in the background, and then he had like a sea salt sticker, and then like the little fruits that Sora wanted to share with Kyrie was in there, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Kingdom Hearts 4, Kingdom Hearts 4, Goofy movie, Goofy, the world, Goofy, it's gonna be in Kingdom Hearts 4." I was gonna put that in Discord because now my favorite thing to do is troll Kingdom Hearts 4 people. Legitimate picture? Yeah, it was from Disney. It's off of their their lo-fi, like they have like a whole like lo-fi setup. Yeah, I saw that tweet. Kingdom Hearts fans went nuts. Yeah, the tweet. I was like, I was dying. I was just sitting in there just reading the comment. Kingdom Hearts 4. It's been announced. Kingdom Goofy movie. It's in there. They look at that. Look. They got 3 things from the Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god. I'm like, you guys, give this fucking shit up, please. You will be less hurt. I promise. Was that not enough? Not enough? Why is this not enough? Wait, is that not enough for the album? So I need to be dead center. Like right here. Maybe we should go like, yeah. Ah, there it is. I heard this year's carnival party has plenty of carnival mask wearers. Step into one of their illusion zones and take a picture with them in their mask. Oh. I go back in there. I'm gonna dress like a clown because that's how I feel. No, because when Persona 6 drops with the code... No, because when Persona 6 drops with the code for Kingdom Hearts, I hope. That's another thing. I might start trolling Persona 6 people if we don't hear any news. I'm not... No, I'm not, because Persona fans are a little bit kind of evil. Never mind. Don't do that. They're fucking evil. Oh, that was my fault. Too many guns with them. They're... But I do chuckle when they're like, oh my god, the direct. This direct's gonna be this direct's gonna be the direct that tells us about, you know, Persona 6. Like when Switch 2, that direct happened. They were like, oh, we're getting Persona 6 news. Why would the Switch 2 be where they display Persona 6 news? I don't understand. Most diabolical fans are One Piece, Black Clover fans, and Persona fans. You forgot BTS fans. Oh, I just meant weeb shit? Oh. What classifies people as weebs? Are y'all just saying that to be cool, or is there like legitimate like terminology that classifies people as weebs? Because back in my day, calling somebody a weeb was kind of like fighting words. Now I guess it's cool. I think there's terminology. K-pop stans are right there with barbs. They are. Like, I was reading on TikTok after, you know, Jennie and Lisa both performed, and how people were just like, I'm Team Lisa, how dare you be Team Jennie? I'm like, they're on the same group. Why are we arguing like this? Boom. Upload. Interest in anime and Japanese culture is a leave, not necessarily derogative at the moment. It used to be. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, best friend. Don't crash my shit this time, please and thank you. So we're done with Nikki stuff. That's all I had to do for today for Nikki. Like, we're maxed out on everything. All stuff has been completed. Everything is cleared out. Yeah, we're done. That was it. That was all I needed to do for Nikki. So I'm feeling kind of messy today. So we're gonna start something messy. Hold on. Hold on. Maxing out on Nikki. Paper, this could be you. Hold on. Oh! Do I want to get the... This is 100% improv right now that you guys are seeing, so don't mind me. Where's my thingy at? Where did it go? Oh! Uh... We want this one. I gotta pull up OBS on this one. Hold on. This. Why are you showing this? Hi, Ariel. Welcome in. Happy time zone. So I need to do this. Full. Hello? Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hold on. What am I looking for? I'm having a brain fart. Oh. This. Okay. Do I remember my password? It says we're in Nikki, but I'm trying to get things set up first. Ooh, she's sticky. Hold on. Life is Strange time? It might be. Wait, why? What? Let me in. What the fuck? Okay. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Hold on. I have to move it. That's crazy. Please change your screen. No. Mind your business. Damn, you kind of doxed yourself. I don't care if people know my name. That's the thing. Lauren Rodriguez. If you want to know it that bad, there you go. I have decent credit. I got 3 kids. I'm boring. Like, I don't. All right, keep doxing yourself then. I don't want. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Why isn't this. Hello? Why is this being like this? Okay. And then. Oh, she's dead. Oh, this is gonna get on my nerves. Wait. I forgot how to move shit. But now we wait. I should probably change. Not like I can talk. I did just name my Final Fantasy character after me. Oh wait, that's your name? I didn't know that. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the system, so like my stuff is always bound to get hacked and stuff because of AJ, so there's that. So that's always a nice thing. So I'm kind of just like desensitized. It's probably not a good thing to be desensitized to, but then again, like look at us as United States. We're desensitized to a lot of things that we shouldn't be. So this is taking a while. Not really. Wait, should we make her a blondie? You know, I haven't played a Life is Strange. Then might as well just give me your social security then. Finna get me a brand new Mustang dark horse. Yeah, I don't think you can get a Mustang with my info. I already have a car underneath my name. So it's probably gonna say no. I just got my credit decent too. It's been a very long time. My 20s, my credit was in the dumpster because I was depressed and just buying things to make me happy. And like I used my 30s to rebuild that shit. Don't be like me. That's what they need to bring back to school. Like, why don't we learn about credit? Why don't we learn about taxes? Why don't we learn about, things that we like home ec? What? Why are these things taken away from us? Oh, never mind then. Yeah, sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. because they don't want low middle class Americans to be successful. I never learned about credit or taxes in school. See, I did. We had like a stats and DECA. Both of those kind of like DECA went more into like the how to write stuff off in taxes, while the stats told you how to like implement, like calculate all of it, if that makes sense. So if you took those two classes, you knew about it. The more dumb bodies we have, the better off these jobs will be in terms of how they can use us for tax write-offs. But technically, isn't everything going overseas anyway? Like, do we have legitimate things made? And then if it's made in the US, it's still going to be technically outsourced because the products still have to come from China. Like, you still have to buy the items and the items still have to get sent to you in order for you to be a small business here, correct? Unless you're like, for instance, there's this purse that I really want and it's made with leather and stuff. Like, unless you have the cows in the backyard and you're slaughtering these cows and using leather from the cows and like making that leather yourself, and then you got a sewing machine to sew all that shit to. Isn't it getting outsourced? Outsourcing, yeah, mostly. Okay, see, do we have anything like legit do we have a car that's an American made? What's the car brands that are American made? Ford? And we see how that goes. Even though I want a Ford Bronco, I'm not gonna lie to you. Chevy? Chevy's still around? Oh, Chevy's still around. Chevy Cruze, my car that I lost, is not. GM, Tesla. We don't talk about Tesla here. We don't include them. Atlantis? What? Celine. So wait, what? Dodge? Oh yeah, Dodge. Fury and I got those two. I've never seen in my life. I don't. Wait, I think I have. Are those the ones that have like a really foreign looking logo for their car? And I'm like, always questioning what they are. Maybe that's them. I don't know. I don't really trust. Why does, but like American stuff be crusty? I don't know. They own Dodge, Jeep. Oh yeah, Jeep. Jeep, that's not. Oh yeah. It's a group of automakers put together. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Okay, we're gonna play Life is Strange. I don't know how this is gonna go. I miss that game so much. Why is it P? I miss it. I need to buy it. Oh, brother, I have to sign in? This is really annoying. Hold on. Please hold. What is my password? Yes, Preston?
I'm almost done
What?
with my ramen, so I can show you.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna look so good that
You're cooking it on the stove?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's gonna look so good that you're gonna want to show your people how good it is.
Okay.
That's gonna, and I'm gonna make it Japanese style with seaweed and with a hard-boiled, soft-boiled egg.
Okay.
Again.
Oh shit. Oh shit. That was the hardest stab I've ever seen. Why is my password so long? GM owns Chevy or GMC Chevy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. GM owns GMC, Chevy, Cadillac, and other brands I can't remember. Wow. See, I didn't know that. I've always been a Nissan driver, and then I went Chevy once for my Chevy Cruze, and then no, I lied. My first car was an Eclipse, a Mitsubishi Eclipse. Then I went Nissan Sentra when I had Preston. That car got totaled out because I was driving on I-25 and someone stalled and their car just stopped. It was a U-Haul that just stopped in the middle of the highway and I was behind them. So it was either I eat that or I eat the railing. So I chose to eat the railing of the highway instead of going underneath a U-Haul. So that car got totaled out. And then I went to a Chevy Cruze. I had that for a while. Then the infamous Colorado hailstorm damaged that one. If you know, you know. All I could do was sit there and watch my car get demolished and the inside get flooded. And then I bought another car after that a week later, and it was a Nissan Altima. For the same thing that happened to the Nissan Altima, then AJ and I started dating. So he let me use the Maxima, and then we traded the Maxima for a Pathfinder. And then we had the Ford, and then we had a Nissan when we were in Japan. Those are my cars. One day I'm gonna post the pictures of my shit that got yeeted from the hailstorm. That hailstorm. If you ever see people in Colorado that put blankets on their like cars because of a hailstorm, just know we have trauma, okay? Blankets and pillows. We got trauma. But yeah, like when the hailstorm happened, I lost my front window, I lost my back window, I lost my passenger seat, my driver's seat. It cracked the little window that you have in the back seat. It cracked that. It busted my right headlight. My roof was damaged. My hood was damaged. It flooded the back of the car where all of my subwoofers and stuff was because I had the Bose sound system in my Chevy. Love you. Give me this. Yeah, all of that shit was gone. They were like, girl, we can't fix this. I was like, I know you can't. So it got out. My first and only car so far is a 2018 Toyota Camry. Camrys are nice though. Camrys are really nice. If I had Camry money, I would have a Camry. What? I don't think there's anything in it. Oh, there is. You can have some. The capture card's really low. Hold on. Do y'all hear it? No, you guys don't. Okay, hold on. Oh, because I don't have... It's really low. No? Let me see. Darker and darker. What's that? What just happened? My Xbox just turned off. Interesting. The crunchiest shit I've ever played. Is that a good or bad thing? What just happened? My Xbox. What did you just do? I went into the game and then it just said, nah, I don't feel like it. Hello? The she keeps testing me and y'all about to see me make a purchase on Steam. I really don't want to have to. Why is this doing this? Y'all, I'm about to be. I'm getting really angry. I just want nice things. It's a good or bad thing. It's a good and bad thing. Just a really sweaty game. Oh, is it like shooter? Y'all, how much is Life is Strange on Steam? This is why I don't. It's an FPS, but it's medieval, so wait. Who said I wanted this on? How much is it on Steam? Did I do it? Should I do it? Tell me if I should or shouldn't. Because I'm about to. Because my Xbox is hoeing me right now. And I really wanted to play it. I already turned her off. I already unplugged her. She's gone. Should I do it? Y'all say do it? You say push the button? Bet. Thank you. Wait, what's the difference? Wait, the ultimate pack is how much? Because I got the ultimate pack. $80. Yeah, we might not play Life is Strange. So what we're not going to do is bite on my straws. What we're not going to do is bite on my straws. And that's what you're doing. This is why you can't have nice things. This is why I don't like you having nice things. Yeah, that sounds like a no bueno. All right, so here's the thing. If that's the case, I wanted to play Life is Strange, but that's not gonna happen. And I'm not paying $80. It is not $80 worthy. We can start. We can start Baldur's Gate tonight. We can also play Persona 4. I also got The Wolf Among Us as well, because it was only $7. So I can justify it for $7, but I couldn't justify it for the $14 that I had originally paid, and then I returned it back to Steam. We also have Assassin's Creed Shadows. What are we feeling? I might have to figure out what's causing my Xbox not to pull up like it's supposed to. Let me ask this. What do I want to play? I can tell you. I can tell you. I can tell you. I can tell you. Hello? Oh, why are you attached to my place? Why are you attached to my Steam? Be gone, you slut. No! Do you... Oh, you scared the shit out of me, Aaliyah? Do you want to kill, do you want something you can just kill in, or do you want to play RPG? That's not the question I asked. I said we have options, and I'm giving you guys the option. Don't you use your PlayStation controller to play Shadows on Steam? No, I do not. I do not. I use this controller. When I play PC, you'll always see this controller. Y'all, my memory with all these passwords is like going to shit. Hold on. What's up, babe? Where is it? Hold on. I'm having brain fart after brain fart. Aaliyah, can you get out of the fan? Can you leave the fan alone, please? You're okay, but Mom wants some air too. Huh? Ah, there's my password. Dun, 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 dun. You guys want to guess on what we're about to play? Huh? Cool. I'm about to give it to you. I gotta do some fixing real quick. So, like, you know, I'm struggling for real. Hold on. I forgot how to be a streamer. Because I don't do this on a regular basis, you know? Documents. I could have sworn I had this here. I could have sworn. You guys are going into a void. One moment. Wow. No, I'm still gonna do Baldur's Gate. It's still one. I'm still doing Baldur's Gate, but like, I've pulled Persona 4 off stream. So, Persona 4, you guys are gonna, cause like I sat and thought about it, and I was just like, I'm gonna play Persona 4 remake whenever that happens. So like, I'm making Persona 4 my version, like for me. So I need something to replace Persona 4. You know what I mean? So this is gonna replace Persona 4 on stream. But Boulder Gate is still coming tomorrow. BG3, that still comes tomorrow. Remember what I said, if you start Stellar Blade, then that poll won't matter. I'm still gonna be I'm still gonna play it. I want 3 games on stream. So we have Nikki, BG3, and now we have Stellar Blade. So like, I just want a little bit of difference here and there. That's it. I want to be able to just play a game when I just don't feel like playing the other games. And what better game for me than Stellar Blade? It's Eve! Not to mention, we still have to finish, like, we had to do gameplay 2. Don't act like y'all didn't miss this. And I'm going hard. Hard mode. We love that. We missed Stellar Blade here. I missed it. Not to mention, I gotta do the PC version. Gooners Unite.
Transmitting final briefing. As of now, Airborne Squad 7 will exterminate the Alpha Nativas occupying District 3. Their objective is the capture or dispatchment.
I don't remember how to play this game at all, so this is about to be fun.
Entering atmosphere.
1 minute until threshold is reached.
I don't need a backseat command up mods since we've been here before.
The threshold has been surpassed. Activating shield.
How should I dress her though? That's the real tea. That's the real question of the day. How are we dressing Eve?
Code red. Code red. All available drop pods will be ejected according to Protocol B32.
God, this game is so good. I don't need to be that close to the mic. Should I turn down the... Is this good?
No!
Nah, it's kind of low. Is it really?
07531. Pod landing complete. Removing physical shield. Opening hatch.
The hatch. Come on. Come on!
Yes, queen.
Taki?
Eve, are you alright? This place is dangerous. Take my hand.
Cheeks, I missed you.
You take the left. I'll take care of this side.
I forgot how to lock. Ah, there we go. Keep up.
I see you still have your combat senses. Great. Coordinates? The rendezvous point is to the north, 400 meters in front of us. That was close.
Look at that ass.
Come here. Careful with your jump. Watch out! It's an unlisted Nativo. I'll handle this one.
I don't remember stuff.
Watch out! There's more! Great, let's go.
Bark, bark,
Are you alright, Eve?
bark, bark, bark,
My body
Bark.
frame. Take this.
bark,
It's first aid.
Thank you.
bark.
There's more of them.
Is it this one? Ah, that's right. Okay, I'm remembering. Okay, blocked. Okay.
Let's get out of here before more of them show up. You secured. Rendezvous point in sight. This way!
Bark, bark.
Watch out for Garner's interception.
Ow! Oh, I'm fine.
Don't stop! Keep moving, Eve.
You got the 2B skin? I haven't. I have the DLC for it, but I have not played it. We're gonna play it in the second game through or playthrough. I saved all that content for the second playthrough.
This isn't looking good.
We're doing the second one on hard mode. And we did the true ending first round, so we're gonna do
Let's join them.
the reject. We're gonna reject Adam this round. Sasha Banks and Dolph Ziggler.
Like,
You like Sasha? Yeah, I do like Sasha.
it's my.
I don't like Dolph Ziggler.
My God.
No. No, I don't like him.
You like him, Nando?
No.
You can get rid of her ponytail, but like,
It's life signs.
I can't, personally. I feel like her ponytail is iconic.
Eve.
Yes,
Eve.
I like
Pull
it.
yourself together.
Hearing her say the names, yeah.
Jackie. Listen to
No,
me.
don't do that!
We haven't completed our mission.
Jordan, don't body slam Snorlax.
Now it's just up to us to see this mission through. Understand?
I switch between the long and short ponytail. I don't like the long that much. Just because, like, after a while, it's just like, it's a little too long. For certain outfits, I just don't, it don't look right with certain outfits. I be having my Eve dressed like a slut.
Eve, are you ready?
Okay, here we go. I don't remember anything. This isn't. Ooh. No, 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 back! Back! Oh! Ooh. Eve, back up! Okay. Okay. Oh my god, I love this game so much. The Parry Queen came back with dodge. Wait,
A strong one.
dodging elite. Hold on.
You fought well.
This is like the only game I've ever brought back to stream twice. So that says something. I love this game so much.
The damage to your body frame is serious.
I brought back Remake too, though. Final Fantasy Remake I brought back, but we don't count that. That was to like lead us up into Rebirth.
Wait, Eve. I hear something. Eve! Eve, are you alright?
She's hot. Look at Raven's bitch ass. We love Raven though, because she's bark bark too. But at this moment, she's a bitch ass. Okay? They're supposed to drop next month on PC too. Yeah, I'm playing it on PC. That's why I'm running it now. So June, I can play it on PC with the mods on.
Here, friend. It's me you want.
The PC playthrough is just nothing but goonery. 100%. This is completion. PC is goonery. Because I'm trying to get the platinum trophy.
Eve, get out of here.
God, I miss this game. I miss this game so much. Yeah, she got cut up. She went. Mm-hmm.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
When again.
She'll definitely need that PC code. Listen. And there's the photo mode in this now too, so I might be no, I'm saving that for PC. My photo mode.
It's quiet.
Still, make sure to stay cautious. It's where the Alpha Nativa is.
They're adding some other DLCs to it too. Yeah, Nikke's getting added, which I'm excited for because I love the Snow White fit. And Dorothy's fit from Nikke, I'm here for it. I will be buying it for the PlayStation and for the PC.
No, get ready.
This is like the only game
I'll be supportive
besides
with the
Kingdom
draw.
Hearts when I was stupid that I would buy like multiple times. One of my favorite soundtracks, agreed.
So this must be Eidos 7.
Yes. This was the final battlefield of civilization. It was also known as a truly colossal city.
Something is falling from the sky. A strange sensation. This must be Earth's rain.
I need to finish my
We can
third
admire the
playthrough.
scenery later.
I need to do the
Have a
third, but I'm
jaunt.
gonna do that one off stream since I'm gonna speed run that one.
The terrain data's changed recently.
Mm-hmm. Playing a game, babe. The same thing you just asked me. I knew from the jump not to trust him. Hold on, bitch. Respectfully. This is my judging factor. Hold on. Oh, you got the fits? Oh yeah, 100%. I got all the fits from the first round. I made that a goal. I got all the fits. I did all the cans. I need to do this round, documents, and I'm missing one save point. I don't know where the save point is.
Falling debris. Be careful, Eve.
Something is coming.
The crustacean-type enemies. They're common around
Shit.
here.
How do you scan again? Okay, there we go. Oh wait, I forget. I gotta remember the colors. Hi, Lee.
This is the Legion that was killed in the final war.
There's an encrypted code in the memory stick.
It's a security code, a type of entry permit.
Jordan, can you give me a pull-up for Aaliyah?
Try entering the code.
Where's the X at? Oh, wow.
It worked.
Buildings are collapsing.
Because of the city's unstable terrain. You'll get used to it soon.
Look at me. We wait. Hold on. I missed when she looked down on me. It was nice. Oh, fuck. Wrong button. Look down on me, please. Bark, bark. We wait. Hold on. The devs knew what they were doing. Yeah, they did. I agree. Hi, Neon. Welcome in. Ma'am, look down on me, please. We don't move until she looks down. Eve, please. She's really not gonna look down at me? Are you playing hard to get, ma'am? I feel like she's playing hard to get right now. I'm kind of hurt. Why did you do that? Why did you take it off? You know what? You're playing hard to get. Stop playing with my emotions. I can't stand you. Wasn't there like a zoom? I gotta remember my buttons.
There's a Legion camp in a place like this.
Let me see.
You know, I do. We have a lot.
Let me see. How many do, wait, how many do I have? Oh, only learned at camp. Okay. Where is the yikes? Attack from behind. I could have sworn there was like a rush.
Times are.
Hold on. I just broke my stuff because my kids are confusing me. Jordan! All right, my bad. Getting the kids ready for bed. I'm trying to figure out. Triangle. Hold triangle. Okay. Oh, that's what that does. Okay. I thought there was different versions. Oh, there is. Okay. Oh, yeah. Fishing. That was a thing. Okay, so this is the first camp, right? I like this one. I like this one. Break shields. Damn.
What's wrong?
It's nothing.
From here on, you have to stay alert, Eve.
Hold on. I'm already bored and I want to change your outfit. I'm not bored of the game. I'm bored of her outfit. Y'all know I like changing her like every few minutes. I could have sworn I had the red one of this. Did I pass it? Was there a red one? Yeah, I still like this one the most. Ass! I was not trying to do that.
Oh,
You
it's
do?
one of the Legion's
Oh,
old supply boxes.
I was moving too fast.
Do you think there's anything useful?
Well, it's Legion, so compatibility shouldn't be an issue. Make sure to take everything.
I don't use the truck this time? Did I get everything here?
Eve, be careful. You see
Mind
the
your
rocket
business,
below?
Adam.
If you fall, it's over.
Damn, girl, I had... Yikers. Heal! Now, okay. What the hell? Oh! Where did it go? Oh. Oh yeah, it's yellow. Okay. It's dead. Okay. I pretty much have her built the way I want, so we'll see how this goes. They need to bring the vinyl to the United States. I'll pay for it. Cause I can't pay the amount that they have on eBay. eBay's vinyl amount, cause it was only shipped in made in Korea and given out there, it's a ridiculous price.
Are other cities in a similar state?
We'll be lucky
By comparison,
enough to
this
get
city's
it.
looking pretty good.
Yeah,
After
that's
the
true.
colony extinction, most places were nothing but dust.
I was about to say, where's my book? Why haven't I been able? Okay, nothing there.
Huh? Wait, there's a fusion cell. Let's open the car's hood. Oh, surprise. At least the fusion.
Look at that body!
It's a high-energy compression battery. Thanks to that, Earth's night isn't dark yet.
Oh, it's the previous generation of the Infinity Cell.
Be sure to keep that. It's very valuable.
Oh shit! Queen, love her. Alright, it's about that time. I head out of here. Y'all have a good night. Good night, Zell. Sleep well. Have a good day at work.
The memory sticks fried. Damn. It's a trap.
The one thing I didn't like about this game is how Adam made it seem like Eve was like his own little video game, if that makes sense. Like, shit, I forget. I think blue is up. I didn't forget this. I told you to block.
We're in the clear. Where do we go now?
This way. There are traces of markers left behind by the Legion.
We suck in souls again.
May your memories live on forever.
I just want to get to like the first boss fight so I can feel it again. You know, that rush. That one rush of fighting a boss in this game. It's so fun. The thrill. Yep. Exactly. Decades have passed since the presence of the database in the Oh, hi Raiders, welcome in. Hold on, I didn't see who's raiding. Nettie, thank you for the raid. How are you? How was the move? I know that you were moving and you've been getting back into your streams. How was your stream? How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. What were we playing? Did we get a shout out? Raiders, hi. Mods. I know, Legion. Did you forget you're a mod? Legion. W Raid. Split Fiction. Ooh, how is it? How was the gaming? Welcome in, y'all. We are playing our second playthrough of Stellar Blade. Kind of playing this for the completionist platinum, and then we're gonna be playing it again in June when it releases out on PC for straight goonery. But you know, we're doing this for gameplay today and trophies for PlayStation. Welcome in. If you guys got a raid and run, please go do so. Go eat, go sleep, whatever the case may be. Go take a shower, get ready for work. Hi, Queen. I don't have my glasses are back. Maboy and I wanted to double raid and show some love. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Good work, Legion, because I'm cooking. Oh, goodness. But welcome in, y'all. If you guys Gotta go. Please do so. Nettie, thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. Hi, y'all. But yeah, we're playing Stellar Blade. We play a lot of RPGs here. So we're in the middle of Infinity Nikki since I'm a content creator for them. Stellar Blade we just started today. And we are starting Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. I lie. Thursday, we're starting Baldur's Gate. So welcome in, y'all. I loved this game. I did too. I love this game so much. It's one of my favorites for sure. But yeah, welcome. So it says decades have passed since the appearance of Netabase in the evacuation of mankind. I had a huge brain fart. Mankind to the colony. They say that the airborne squad is descending to rescue the remaining humankind, but there's no sign. We can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. The pharmacy, so I have to backtrack,
The
right?
stick still has the security code registered.
Oh,
It also has record of a message log.
oops.
Scan complete.
How far are you loving? Oh, I'm really enjoying. This is our second playthrough, so like, this game is one of my favorites. But I'm currently trying to platinum this one, so I have to do this gameplay, and then I need to do another gameplay after this. So I got to speed run the last one. Because I did the true ending for the first round. Okay, that's what I was missing. Oh, we saw nothing? Yeah, that happens. With me, at least. A lot of falling. How was your move? Are you settled in? Oh, this way. Oh! Joke's on me, teehee. I thought it was this one. The pharmacy? Have I gotten to the pharmacy? Oops, that is a wall. Stellar Blade is about to be a year old on my birthday. Right? Has it been a year? Ah! Or is it longer than a year? Girl, you about to just... Yep. I don't know. I don't know. Has it been a year? I feel like it's been longer than a year. Has it? I don't know. A year and a half, I believe? Okay. Oh, there was a little spot. I just can't go that way. Okay.
You have to cross here.
I know, Adam.
See the
Shut
ladder
up.
behind me?
I can't reach the ladder. The water level is too low.
Try using the plank.
Ave caked up. Never gets old. I agree. Wait. Diving. Where's the... Hello? Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, that is a wall, my love. I should have got the password by now, no? Is that in the water? It is. Hold on. Okay. Oh no, I'm stuck. Oh no, oh no, I'm stuck. Get on there. Bark, bark. Respectfully. I think my skill tree, I don't have enough. Oh, I do. The soundtrack for this game is so good. I agree. Yeah, it's a really, this is one of my favorites. Ah! No, we're gonna get this. Hold on. You guys, hold on. Respectfully. You know? Okay.
We have to go through this building. Try putting the fusion cell you have here.
Adam, leave me alone. Okay, open. Hello, lock? Oh, honey, I'm not trying to be here. How? I need to look at that. Hold on. I forget. It wouldn't be, it would be an attack, no? I forget. Oh. Okay, so purple is back and blue is forward. Okay, okay. Purple is back, blue is forward. Okay. Wah! The network has been destroyed. I'm completely disconnected from the colony's data link. We have nowhere to fall back to. Is this the database doing? Is the colony safe? What happened to Mother Sphere? I lost track of time since even that won't automatically correct itself. For the sake of my own sanity, I must keep track of the calendar by force editing my memory stick. VOXK0R. Still haven't came across the one for the other room. Let's see. So far, so good. Oh, I ran out of bullets. Son of a gun in a bun. God, I forget how hard they hit. Those shield enemies were always annoying. Right. I forget. Like,
Adam,
it was them,
what is this?
and then like the creature that threw shit at you.
It's a map.
A map? How do you synchronize the location on the map?
Damn. Plastic Hearts Volume 3. My love, wait. 1 2 3 2 2 3. Try to do a little better. You said you dance for whom does the rose smile with me? I know I did, but can we get or go a little slower? With beauty, with grace, just as we were born. Athena, my little treasure, I am a hacking device. Cyberspace is my realm. I don't know how to dance like this. Paulus? Pfft, right. You're dangerous and cute and weak. There, I won. Quickly now, quickly. Should I lick the plug? Ah, dear Mother Sphere, please forgive your sinful daughter. Hey, yo. How dare— oh, I was about to say, I come up here and there's nothing here.
Oh, looks like this used to be a library.
Are these boxes displayed on the wall storage devices?
Sort of. They can only store up to 1 megabyte of data.
What a waste of resources.
Damn.
The crack is quite deep. It's going to be difficult to pass. We'll have to go across, past the parking tower.
Okay, so I came from that way. Damn. Nope, not yet. I know what's there. You're gonna have to wait. Hello? Oh, it's on the other side. Okay. I need ammo. Oh. There we go. I'm remembering. Can I go? Is there? I forgot the vibrate. The vibrate gets stronger as you get closer to a human, to suck their soul.
May your memories live on forever.
Adam, I wasn't trying to go this way, but okay.
A supply camp in a place like this.
Supply camp? What's that?
It's a depot set up by the airborne squad who came here before.
Looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. How come they set up a camp in a corner like this?
Well, the supply camp also serves as an important base.
Is this parking lot important?
It could also mean that this place is very dangerous.
Then I guess this place could be useful for us.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All the things are coming back to me now. Fast travel. How many of these do I have? 2? I have 37 stored? Good God. Oh yeah, I don't want those. Goodness gracious. I remember I had all that stuff on me.
Adam,
Yeah?
about yesterday. Thank you for saving me.
I love that this game paid that much detail to you having your outfit on and it matching in the story.
Collected over the years.
Chef's kiss.
It's all right. It now means we can help each other. We can track down the Alpha Nativa together. And, well, I'd have trouble making it out here by myself anyway. If you can locate the Hall of Records, you'll have done more than enough.
Listen, don't worry. I promise. I'll make sure to repay you.
I forget. Was the Alpha Nativa Adam's doing or Mother Sphere's doing? I forget that part. I think it was Adam's, no? I do not recall. I don't either. Adam is the alpha? Yeah, that's right. But I'm talking about like all of the boss fights we have. He's the one that created all of like the ones we had to fight to get to him, in a sense. Please. Yeah, he's the original spawn. Okay. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Can I go through there yet? That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, I have to do the fight. Okay. Yay, our first fight!
Look!
Let me see if it still gives me that feeling, that rush.
That's not an ordinary enemy.
She's so badass! Retribution! Wipe them up! Oh! Forward! Oh, God! Oh, God! I forgot that they have moments like that. She's so badass. I love her so much.
You defeated it, Eve. Amazing.
It wasn't an Alpha Natiba.
It wasn't, but still so strong. Things will only get harder.
Maybe. Anyway, please show me the next route, Adam.
You kind of whooped
Right,
on him?
hold on. Let me take a look
As
at
I
the map
should.
data.
You gotta let
As
him
the crow
know.
flies,
I know,
Hall of
punk
Records
bitch.
isn't too far.
And I have this on hard mode too.
But an entire block is submerged. We have to find a way to cross.
Are you saying that there's no way?
I found it. Do you see the sign behind the stone statue? There's a transportation device there that you can use.
What? You really think that these abandoned devices are still going to work?
Well, the supply camp was in one
No,
piece.
kinda. She
Let's just
stuffed
try
a
to stay
mud hole in
positive.
it.
Uh-huh, positive. Sure.
I miss this. Like, this feeling is so fun. I probably should start like Liza P. Maybe I would, like, that would be something that kind of gives me the same feeling. Elden Ring gives it to me after, like, dying 10 times. You know? To random shit. Did I get any skills? Like, what? One. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, I don't think I got enough to, like, claim. I survived the damn Abaddon. I survived. Now all I can do is get out of this building. I'll see you at the rendezvous point. Little does he know. I could have just, you know, hit that gas can. Damn, he caught me. I was trying to ambush it. Oops. Damn, girl, why did you go backwards? Or forwards? Retribution! Get that shit out of here. Y'all are doing the most. Yo, what was the going on with my buttons? Girl, please. There we go. Hey, yo. Move! I still haven't found like the code for that other save. I don't remember if it took this long to get it. You know what other game I thought about bringing back to stream just to play it for the cinema purposes? Last of Us. I thought about bringing those back, but I was just like, I don't know. I gotta figure out what's going on with my Xbox for Life is Strange. I don't know why it's not, like, the moment I go into the game, it, like, dies. Oh, this thing. I was just trying to, like, not do this right now. Damn. He really, like... Hello? Girl, heal! Oh. Oh. Okay. Can I go that way? I don't remember. We'll see. Oh, interesting. Ugly Horsey is going down. I forgot about the damn horses. Hello? Why can't... The song that they have for Nier and Stellar Blade. I rage quit that game. I'm so sad. 2A was getting on my nerves. A2, 2A, dyslexia. Hi Rose, welcome in. Oh yeah, I can go this way. Which way tells me... Which way do I not want to go? I do not want to go that way. Did it always have this beat to it? Or is that an update? I don't remember it having like a little beat to it. I remember it being like very solemn. Or somber? Somber, that's the word. It's always like this. Hey, yo. Okay, go potty. Woo! I could have sworn I could like dodge those. Go potty, Jordan. What do you need help with? tacos made. Nice. The network is down. The sky burns. The colony pulls apart. Where is Mother Sphere? Why is the colony falling down to the earth? Answer my last call, Mother Sphere. Why? Why? You promised us salvation. Was it a lie? The truth? Orca Terminators. The shock and brutality of the Legion. A private military contractor under the Orca Aerospace Company. First published in this paper with vivid on-site evidence. Planned conflicts occurring in the third world. In-depth coverage of the PMC's cruel ethnic cleansing. Orca Aerospace Company intentions. Maps of current resource disputes. Wow, I had a huge brain fart. Those are the Terminators. They have no mercy. The horrific truth revealed through a survivor's testimony. The truth report from our reporter. The exclusive report from our reporter Quinn. Only in the truth. It's so interesting reading these articles. There's one in here that actually talks about Adam's real name, and it talks about him. I wonder if I can find it. Now that I know I forgot what is his name, like Raphael? A true Hispanic man name? Boop, boop. Oh, girl, dodge. Baby sea lion, you almost made me die. I hate you. With that damn name. Nothing here. Oh, that takes me there. So I want to wait. You almost made me die. I'm like, what are you... Like, I look up and see this long-ass name. Okay, so this... Oh. Well, the other side takes me... Isn't that name? Yeah, it's the what was he? A bellboy?
May your memories live on forever.
Nothing? Okay. Oh, I don't have enough room for that. I'm definitely maxed out on ammo. I wonder, will it still work since I already did this? Hold on. Yep, it still works. How did I get up here? Oh. I could have sworn I could ambush this. Oh, I did not want to do that move. Oops. What? Ensure thorough security procedures at the lion statue entrance. Team Athena leader. Is that it? That is. Does she have fall damage? I don't remember. I think she does. Is there something coming for me? Oh, I was about to say. But the music changed. Not her leg twitching. Is that it? That is it. What? Did more just pop up or okay? Oh, this thing. I forgot. Wait, how do you do this again? Let me see. Hold on. This. Oh, yeah, it's time.
What was that just now?
It's a machine that collects relics. It's rare, so make sure to hold on to it if you come across one.
Okay, we got everything here. Wait, can I not pick this stuff up? Oh, it's ammo. Oh shit! I was like, I didn't realize this was an actual like. I had zoned out. Girl, get in there! Oh! I was definitely zoned out when I was like, do. Oh my god, the whatchamacallit? Like the auto parts area. Remember that part where you had like there was like the cameras with the guns? I was dressed as a bear, a little plushy bear, and like if you moved and the camera saw you, you were like dead on sight. Oh god, I hate that part so much. God, I gotta redo that part. I don't want to. Why is the rescue team so late? We lost connections to comms. I promised I wouldn't eat this garbage food again. We have to last until the rescue team comes. The body needs fuel to survive. Damn. You died eating garbage. It was bear hunting season and you were the bear. So real. Can I ambush that? Or does ambush only work on the little peoples? Let's see. Oh, I can't. Nice. I didn't remember if I could or not. There was barely anywhere to hide on that camera part. Yes, high top. Woo! It was unbearably aggravating. Mother Sphere, our beacon of hope, our prophet. Yeah. Have you forsaken us? Please save us from our netabase. Just do it just do it before my damn faith runs out. Unfortunate. She said, fuck all humans in extinction. I want better things, like Eve. Lolo can't bear to do another run of that part. I'm so sick of this. No, get up! Oh yeah, I forgot I get a second ambush. Hello? I'm confused!
You need to go there to get to the transportation device.
Best friend can barely take it anymore.
Nice.
The road is submerged.
I know, but it's our only option.
All right.
Just received the comm signal for a new unit. The Eve protocol begins. Angels of Death will ascend from the colony. They will rid Netabase, form Earth, and save us. Mother Sphere's salvation is nigh. I'm thankful I lived through this hell for decades. Was that all the way at the beginning? Is that one air? Oh my, I hope not. Wait, no, it's this one, no? Yeah. Okay. 7B. Get in there! Are we going up? No, we are going down. Now we go up. Oh, hello? Grab the rope, my love. Grab the... Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. There we okay. Oh, there we go. Jordan, are you okay? Oh, okay. Hold on, I'm coming. Y'all sit here and listen to the music while I take care of Jordan. Bed. Random question. Has Ballin been in today? Is she okay? Probably not a question she asked on stream. But like I was just getting my drink and I was just thinking about her.
Adam, I was very surprised when I first met you.
What?
Back in the colony, we learned that everyone on Earth was completely wiped out.
I'm sure it must have seemed that way. But you can't expect Mother Sphere to know everything.
Then there are other survivors out there, like you.
Yes, but it's rare to see.
When she has this suit on, I cannot take her
Earth is
seriously.
still pretty inhospitable to humans.
I might change to that one. Hold on. Because I have protection. I do want my beta trace on still. I do love that one. I might change my protection to the chain. Where is it? Did I read it right? Chain something. Or is it this one? Where is it? Did I not read right? Oh, it's this. So you're telling me wait, so it has to be this? I guess so. But what's the other exoskeleton? Why can't I use that one? Oh, because it's right here, you... Okay, I'm bored. It was cute. Haha, bear jokes. Where's the red one? Where? I thought I had the red one of this. Do I know? Or was the red one... Is that a figment of my imagination? Is there a red one? Because the black I could have sworn was like after you got the red. Where is it? Hi DK, welcome in. How are you? I'm missing the white one too. Because there's a different... I have the second one of this too. Hold on. I'm about to save real quick. I think this game is making me feel slightly delulu. Always better when you're on my screen? Oh, stop. Don't lie to me. Hold on. I'm going to save real quick, right? Because I feel like I might be going a little bit delulu. How do I save again? I don't remember how to... Is the saves auto? Are these auto save? Oh, that's right. It is auto save because that's how they stop you from using the same story to go back and complete story part 2 and 3. That's how they make you do the replays. That's right. It is auto saved and you can't do nothing about it. I remember now. That was like everyone's biggest gripe. That's right. Let me see. Exit. Confirm. Hold on. I gotta see something. Because this is driving me crazy. Because I was like, I can... Oh, is continue gonna make me go back? Yeah, it's gonna make me go back. Okay, never mind. I do have that, but... Oh well. I know I'm not crazy. Maybe I am. Let me see. I have. Hello? Give me a moment. I'm really, like... This is really driving me crazy. Oh, I have to buy it. It's only in New Game Plus. Okay, so Red Pearl is New Game Plus. Ah, so it is... Okay. Okay. Ah, New Game Plus outfit. Ooh, they give you New Game... Ooh. Ooh. Bitch, I'm here for all of this. That's right. When you did New Game Plus, you got different colors of the same outfit. Okay, so the red I will be working on to get in this playthrough. Okay. 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 I knew it existed, but I was like, I thought I had it, but I do not. Okay. Alright, as long as I know now. Okay. We're shiny hunting for outfits, but we're gonna keep this one on. God!
We're here.
Where's the transportation device?
Try activating this monorail panel.
Oh, that's a wall.
You have to reorganize the code in order to restore power.
No, 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 no. I forget this is a thing. I don't miss this. Because my brain does not... My brain does not remember this. Huh? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The fuck? I don't remember this. I am. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. I am breaking. Area 1. Three. I forgot about those.
That's great. Try activating the monorail panel again.
Wasn't there like... We did that.
Something is heading our way.
Don't worry. It's the monorail.
This ancient electronic device is our transport.
All right then. After you.
No. It's on my shirt.
Eve, are you all right?
Oh, I was Just remembering something from yesterday.
It's crazy how this takes place in such a short amount of
The
time.
city. It's so quiet. And so lonesome.
Well, that's what happens when a city becomes devoid of humanity. Eve, what are you going to do after you defeat the Alpha Nativa?
All airborne squad members exist for one sole purpose. All we must do is complete the mission.
You mean the extinction of all Nativas, right?
Nativas. I always call them
Resistance.
Netabes,
This
even
is
though that's
some
not what it's
other
called.
species.
Nativas.
No fun in that.
Nativas.
We're here. Do you want to get off?
One Legion squad is about 20,000 or has about 20,000 troops and all the equipment needed for their activities. Legion 8 and 15 were stationed to Edo 7. After the colony extinction, there were only about 3,000 troops left. I wonder how many will live to see the sunrise tomorrow. I wish we could like customize the weapon. A new outfit. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon.
Looks like this used to be a plaza.
You're right. Except it's underwater now. The good thing is you won't have to go in the water. The Hall of Records is that way.
That was so extra, Eve. I think I do need more ammo. Hello? I love this song too.
It might be best to stay away from the water. Looks like there's electricity running through.
What the hell? I went forward, oh, like I'm supposed to. Oh, that didn't do shit to him. Hello? There's a body somewhere over here. Oh. Get up! I remember the first time I played this, I put her in this water and she electrocuted and died. So we're not gonna do that again. Trauma, we love that.
I see a hidden note here.
That is an error. I feel like I'm venturing out too far. Says something is falling out of the sky. Do we get orbital bombardment warnings? I don't know. Bombardment. We gotta find another paw print. That was on me.
Shopping done.
Why would I equip her in that when I have this?
Adam, do you meet airborne squad members from the colony often?
No, not really. Yesterday, I just happened to be around the area. I've never seen such a large-scale airborne operation.
Why did you save me?
The fact that you can see like the pores on her chest.
It just felt right. Like I was meant to. It's hard to describe. It's just a short, intense feeling.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Just what you'd expect from a pro.
A new unit will be dispatched from the colony. It's a long time has passed since the final war. Mother Sphere really answered our call. Death be upon those abominations. I was gonna say abnormities. May our memory live on forever. May we find salvation. Actually, aren't we at 4 hours? Yeah, I should probably like stop. That's the bad thing about me playing this game. Like, I will keep playing and forget I have to stay on schedule. What time is it? 11? Yeah, we're gonna stop here. Yeah, we're gonna stop here, y'all. Thank you for being here. So tomorrow, not tomorrow, because I am gonna be, my schedule now is gonna be Sunday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays? Yeah, that's my schedule. Yeah, that's my schedule. Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Yeah, 4 days. So that's gonna be my schedule. I need more time to like do edits and stuff. So I need to get back to getting back on that. So that's what I need to do with those days I have off. Yeah. So not tomorrow, but Thursday we will be playing we'll be starting Baldur's Gate 3. We'll be starting that on Thursday. But if you ever want to hang out with me or anything, I'm in my Discord. I have a special one. So you don't have to use points. I think if I can read, there you go. There's my Discord. If you ever want to join, you're more than welcome to if you want to hang out. It's pretty quiet. We don't really like bombard people, but yeah, there's the Discord if you want to join. Socials if you want to see that, all that good stuff. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. It's kind of late now, but I'll say something again when I remember. I have started adding on my link tree. I've added like shops. So like right now I have like my cuz I get asked questions about my curls all the time. So I have a shop there with all of the curl products that I use and what tools I use for my hair. That's a shop. And then I also have a shop in there that just displays my desk, like my desk setup. Not my PCs. I haven't done one for my PC setups, but like what's on my desk per se. I don't know if there's anything else you guys would like for me to make a shop of that you guys can like look at if you want to purchase stuff that I have. But I feel like my room is pretty girly for the most part. But like I have my desk set up on there. Like I didn't put my chair, but I put everything that's on my desk currently, like consoles, speakers, controllers, lighting, all of that is there. I'll probably do like a stream room, but I'm going to tell you now because I do like to gatekeep some stuff. I'm not going to share all this. Go do your research. If you want things that are behind me, if you want this, go research. Like I had to. So you can research all this. But like but everything else, I don't mind sharing. This though, a lot of it's from Japan, to be 100% honest with you too. I can't really share it with you because majority of it is from Japan. So that's probably another reason why I don't want to share it. But like, yeah, this is Japan behind me. My little piece of Japan I took with me. But yeah, if there's anything else you want me to share. Where'd you get the Moonski plushie? Oh, that you have one. So like, you know where to get it. You know? You have that. That's from Moon. That's an amethyst plush. I want yours. Kobe actually got that for me. Kobe got me that. OMG, you're so cool. Shut up. But yeah, a lot of this is Japan. There's my PlayStation 4 controller. I actually had to put my PlayStation 4 back here. Cause like my Xbox is up here. Kobe's so cute. Yeah, he got me one because like I couldn't get one because I think that was during my transition from Japan to Hawaii, and I was really worried about buying one with me moving and my address changing. I bought one for my partner at the time, and she broke